Hello, hello. How are we doing today? So, hopefully the sound balance is alright. Set up on my old laptop because I'm in a different space. Obviously I can't stream from my usual computer since my usual computer is about to be in pieces. So it'd be difficult to stream from that. So hopefully the sound balance is okay. I kind of had to throw it together real quick when I realized I had not set this laptop up in a while. So you guys have to let me know if the music's too loud or my voice isn't loud enough, or if I start banging around it's too loud or whatever. And if the camera is okay once I get the screen set up. So today we are gonna take all of this stuff that you now can see and yeah, there it is, maybe. Yeah, there it is, yeah. Except the Coke can, but all that stuff is gonna go on my computer. No millicam this time. I'm in a different room. Only one camera set up, and it was kind of a pain in the ass to get the one camera set up. So no millicam today. If she comes in, I'll pan the camera over to her if that's a acceptable compromise. Yep, flowers are going in there too. Thanks, Leo. Yeah. So I don't know if you can see it, but I've commandeered men's sewing desk. So this is like her arts and crafts station in the house. She has graciously loaned it to me so I can have some space to do all this. So yeah, maybe not the flowers. We'll see if there's space, Leo, just for you. My guess is probably not the flowers. Probably not the greatest thing for airflow. So there's one caveat on how far I can actually get in this build today. I mismeasured something, and my reservoir won't fit where I plan to put it. Sorry, the lighting's going to be kind of weird too, because the window's behind me. I did not realize that the graphics card water block was 2 inches longer than the air-cooled block, which is already kind of a monster. And so, yeah, it's too long, which is what she said. And so I had to get some brackets to shift it over. And they were supposed to be delivered yesterday, and they weren't. So they're supposedly out for delivery right now. Of course, who knows when they'll actually show up. It says they're supposed to show up sometime in the next couple hours. So my plan is to do everything I can do without actually taking the graphics card out and the water cooling block from my processor and things like that. So this may end up just being a part 1 of 2. We'll see. I want to get it all done today. I'd rather just be done. But it's contingent on me getting the pieces I need to actually shift my radiator over, or my reservoir over. So we'll see. I should have enough time to do everything if it gets here and still be available for Dragon Farm tonight in Final Fantasy. That may be maybe some optimistic thinking there, but we'll see. Sponsored by Coca-Cola, yes. Hi, Ronald. So yeah, we'll see how far I can get. I'm kind of reliant on that piece actually showing up as it's supposed to. But I thought at the very least I could start the build. So I have a Lee 011 Dynamic Evo. I know, really original. Nobody else has that case. I'm kidding. If you go on like Twitter or Instagram and look at people's PCs, they're everywhere. And they also all use these Lee fans. So my case, in my case, but this build's gonna be a little cliche in that it's fairly common. But I wanted the case that I got. I wanted the Lee case because I wanted to put three 360mm radiators in it. That's what these white boxes are here. Why three? Well, I had two before, and now I want three, and three is one more than two, so it's better. The 011 Dynamic is one of the only cases on the market that can easily do that. That's not already some monstrosity like I previously had. The 011 Dynamic is actually smaller than my old case, which was like a mini fridge. And without any case modding, I didn't want to get in the mix with that. So the three radiators I have will fit in the case, theoretically. I really hope so. I got the new radiators from EK. They're quantum performance radiators, 45mm thick. So it's kind of their middle thickness, not the slims, not the extremes, but kind of the Goldilocks, if you will. And actually, I probably should be sponsored by EK too, because I have EK radiators, I have EK torque fittings, I have EK reservoir, I've got EK water blocks that are behind me that you can't see at the moment. I've got EK tubing and EK fluid. So I guess it's Coca-Cola, Raid Shadow Legends, and EK that should be sponsoring this, I guess. Sadly, they're not. Otherwise, this would be a lot. Apple could sponsor me, yeah. Maybe who's this? Under Armour can sponsor me too if I put that on there. I've got my Baylor coaster. My university can sponsor me. So lots of places for sponsorship. But alas, none of them called me. They probably just misplaced my number, which is understandable. So yeah, Mint is definitely the biggest sponsor. One, she lent me her craft space. Two, she didn't laugh too hard when I told her I wanted to spend this money on water cooling a perfectly adequately air-cooled computer. So yeah, definitely the lead sponsor here. So we'll just see how far we get. It's taken me 10 minutes just to get through the introduction to what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to start kind of putting things together. Like I said at the beginning, if the music is too loud or my volume is too loud, I'm on my laptop. It's ancient, and I didn't really set it up fully like I normally would. So please let me know if something's odd, or if I'm like working over here off camera and you can't see me. Somebody can ping me on Discord or something to let me know, hey, stupid, nobody can see what you're doing. So yeah, we'll get started. A couple things I know I can do. Obviously, I can get the fans on the three radiators. I can assemble the reservoir. I can even put a couple of the radiators in the case, which isn't in here right now. I figured I'd try to get rid of some of the stuff out of the boxes first before bringing the whole computer in here. So if we manage to get far enough, we'll bring the computer in here. So ultimately, we'll have the three radiators. We'll have the CPU block. We'll have the GPU block. I'm using this black tubing. All my previous computers have had clear tubing. I wanted something different, and I decided not to go hardline tubing. So we're just going to use, it's basically neoprene tubing for the build. I've also flushed everything out. So the radiators and the tubing, I ran tap water and distilled water through to make sure that there were no manufacturing remnants left inside the case. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with radiators because I can then get a lot of these boxes out of the way. So if you've ever seen the EK radiators, this is what they look like. They come right now in black and white. Obviously, I got the black ones. They all have these silver end caps. Later, they're supposed to release them with different colored end caps. I didn't want to wait anymore. I already waited long enough for these. I was explicitly waiting on these because originally I was going to do hardline tubing, but I found some reasons not to. I'm not going to delve into that today. So this is what these look like. One will be on the bottom of the case, one will be on the top, and then one will be vertical on the side of the case. You've likely seen the 011 cases before, so probably not a surprise to you what those things look like. They all come with hardware for attachment. And as previously noted, I have 3 of them. So that means 9 fans to have them all nice and airflowed. The particular fans that I went with, so I had like 3 fans that I was a fan of. Not going to get any better than that, folks. But I was kind of just waiting to see which ones came in stock first, which ones maybe went on sale first. These were the first ones that went on sale. It was between these and the Fantex T30s that are a little thicker for better airflow. But these were the ones that came available and in stock and on sale first. So I luckily didn't pay full price for these. Most of these fans, most of the performance fans like this, are like $30 a pop. I got them on sale, so happy about that. This build was already enough money. One of the things I like about these fans, though, is that you can control the RGB and the fan speed through 2 cables. I got them for $24 a fan, so still not cheap. There are certainly cheaper fans out there. There's the Arctic P12s that you can get for like 5 for $30 or something like that. But if anybody knows me, they know that I research the shit out of everything to the point of neurosis, nearly. The problem that I ran across with a lot of the cheaper fans is they have, some odd fan noise, some hub whine, or some, one guy said that he had ordered the Arctic fans and 3 out of the 5 died within a month. When you're only paying a few bucks per fan, that's not a terrible thing, but I don't want to mess with having to take things out and replace them and blah, blah, blah. So these fans were high on my list, these Lian Li fans, because they have a neat feature. They actually just click together. If I could do it. They have tabs on one end and a slot for the other. You can connect 4 together like this, and then you have 1 pair of cables that attach to the end to control them. So this controls all 3 of those fans. 4 if I had a 4th. I was going the wrong way with it. I was like, why can't you see it over here? So this one cable will control all four fans if you had 4, 3 in my case. So that's one of the reasons I really liked this set. There's 3 different versions. Yeah, Lego fans, yeah. I'm also a Lego fan, but different kind of fan in that case. There's 3 different versions of this fan. So the original SL have this kind of hex light that goes around the outside on top and bottom, but the fan itself doesn't light up. This one has these little ring like quarters that light up, and the fan itself also lights up. And then they have a new one that actually combines both of those things, but they also have an infinity mirror in the middle and on the outside. That's a lot of lights. I was tempted by the new ones, not for the extra RGB, but because they had some improvements in the cabling. and the fact that you could actually remove the tabs, which may be difficult to see in this lighting, I'm sorry. Because one of the problems with the tabs could be that they interfere with the output ports on the radiator. They also made it to where instead of this being in on the end, it's actually in the middle, and you can flip it. So you can actually have it go whichever direction you want, which is kind of nice. Because sometimes you're going to want to have your fans like this if it's something you're trying to blow out of the case, or like this if you're trying to bring air in the case. So for my scenario, unfortunately the ugly side of the fan is what's going to be visible, because I want my bottom radiator and my side radiator to be intakes, to bring in the cold air, cooler at least, air from outside of the case, so that I'm getting the maximum amount of cooling from the radiator. The radiator at the top, I'm still not sure what I'm going to do there. Haven't decided if I want to make it another intake as well and just have the positive pressure of the air blowing out of all the various cracks and vents and whatever have you throughout the case, because obviously these things aren't airtight, right? So I haven't decided what I want to do on that. So unfortunately, two of my three radiators actually had some blemishes on one side, and I just noticed it when I was flushing them out. So it's not. I ordered almost everything from Performance PCs. Great website for a lot of stuff, but especially water cooling stuff. I was actually looking at my history. The first thing I ever ordered from them was back in 2006. So it's been a few years that I've ordered stuff from them. So they're a great company. But it wasn't from them that caused the damage. It was actually a manufacturing defect. I didn't bother Airflow project. I'm not going to bother with trying to get new rads or anything like that, because the blemishes are minor, and let's be honest, after a little while, I'm not going to notice anymore. So I'm not going to bother caring with it. So, but what I am going to do is the one radiator that's going to be on the bottom, which is going to be the most visible to me, I'm making sure it's the one that has no blemishes on the side that's going to be out facing me through the window. So that's this one here. So again, unfortunately, I have to make it to where my fans have ugly side up. I still don't think they look that bad, and they have this nice metallic back. Plus, the Leon Lee on the logo on the fan hub, they're not always exactly centered, and that wobbling around would bother the shit out of me. So this way I can't see it. So we'll just call that a win. And be done there. So the other problem is, because the cable is actually going to be coming out towards the front of the case, and then I'm going to have to kind of bend it around. So that's annoying, but it is what it is. Nothing I can do about that, because I did not pay for the more expensive fans. That was the other thing. The newest version of these fans, these Leon Lee fans, they just came out, and so of course they're being scalped like crazy. And the cheapest I could find them was like $110 for a 3-pack. So I decided not to do that. Is this going to become an M1 Abrams? I think you're missing me there. I think I missed the joke. My brain is too slow today. I was playing Stellaris all morning, or as Realm likes to call it, Space Palpatine. Or Palpatine Simulator, or something like that. So my brain is a little slow. We'll blame it on that at least. Oh no, Realm, come back. I love you. One of the nice things I guess you could do about this, if you didn't want to put in 12 screws, was since they're attached to each other, you could just put in a few of them, but we're not going to do that. Even though this is going to be on the bottom one, and theoretically these things shouldn't fall off, right? That would be more exciting than your typical day on your computer. Another nice thing about the O11 is all three of the radiator locations actually have radiator trays. So it'll make it very easy to get these all attached once I'm ready to do so. And they just slot into the case nice and cleanly. So another thing I like about these fans is they do have nice it's cross-threaded. They have nice rubber bumpers in the corners for vibration reduction. These aren't the highest speed fans. I think they max out at I want to say like 1900 RPM. But to be honest, with 3 triple radiators, if I can't keep my gear cooled at a reasonably lower fan speed, then I've got bigger issues, I think. I'm not bothering with rubber gaskets or anything between the fan and the reservoir, which means, or not the reservoir, the radiator, which means there is a bit of a gap between the fans and the radiator, which means some air can escape in a less than ideal path, but I'm not gonna major over the minors here. He says as he water cools his perfectly fine air-cooled PC. So I'm mostly doing this, one, because I like it. I think it looks cool. So a lot of the choices for me were aesthetic choices. These fans are not the best performers. They're good, but they're not the best for radiators. They're good enough for me, so that I can quieten the computer down a little bit. The fans I have right now, I have to run them kind of loud to keep things cool. So I'm using EK's Quantum Torque fittings in black, obviously. They're nothing really necessarily special about them. Just I also read that the particular tubing I'm using tends to work better, since it is EK tubing, with their own fittings. Go figure. So since I didn't really have a preference, and these were also on sale, I ordered them. They had to order them from. I get these from Performance PCs. Yes, no, I got these from Performance PCs. It's the 45s and the 90s and things like that I had to actually order from EK in Slovenia. Excuse me, Slovenia. So we do have to use some adapters for this. So I've got some 45s and some 90s and a few extensions that I'll be using in a couple places. Lots and lots of measuring. Yeah, it's almost as if, they knew exactly how good, how much space they had for their stuff. Apparently the problem is actually a little bit of some people have gotten poor consistency in the quality of their tubing. The inner and outer diameters aren't exactly what they say, where they sometimes have trouble working with the non-EK fittings. But I do think they look good, and like I said earlier, a lot of my decisions were made for aesthetics. I have heard that they're a bit of a pain to tighten, so I actually bought some gloves that I've been meaning to buy anyway. Just some grippy gloves that I can use to help tighten things. So hopefully that'll help. I just really like the look of the line. There are certainly cheaper fittings out there, even on sale. The EK fittings aren't the cheapest, but they're typically well made. I mean, this is machined brass and powder coated, so that's pretty nice. Measuring in washing machines or football fields. Yeah, so since it's a European company, they measure everything in millimeters. So I had to translate it into washing machines. So, yeah. So the fittings themselves don't actually have to be that tight. They just need to be tight enough to compress the O-ring. I've seen people crank down on these things so hard that they actually crack plexiglass or acrylic. They don't need to be that tight. So these are rotary fittings that I bought so that I can angle things a little easier with the tubing. And as you can see, I had to do a lot of measuring, but that just hopefully you can see it. It's kind of dark. The fitting just clears the fan. So that was another real nice thing about the EK line. This is their Matrix 7 line. Everything is in increments of 7 millimeters. So it makes it very easy to know how much space you need. So I thought that was cool. Yep, exactly right, Leo. With all the innuendo that entails. But yeah, I've actually seen places that people have cracked their distribution blocks, their acrylic distribution blocks, because it had too much pressure. That's one reason why I ended up not going with the distribution block. I didn't want to mess with that. I read one guy actually had cracks show up in his distribution plate from the factory. So that was just a manufacturing issue there. So I didn't want to mess with that. Yeah, there we have the bottom radiator. So the exterior tube here will come up and go to the graphics card. This one here will be an inlet from the reservoir, and we just keep on that path. I want to get this out of my way. Maybe you can see the tube set up there a little bit better. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, the one thing I didn't measure very well was the length of the graphics card block. The air-cooled block on my card, it's a EVGA 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra Gaming. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, wrong name. Is already 11.5 inches long. And so I dumbly, stupidly thought that surely the sorry for all the rattling. Surely the water cooling block doesn't need to be any longer than that. So I measured its height to make sure that it would fit in my case, that it wasn't too deep. But what I didn't do is measure the length. And it puts me about an inch too far into where I wanted to put my water cooling block. So hence the brackets that are supposed to arrive sometime in the next couple hours. Quite annoying, but my own doing, because I was a dummy. Oh, one thing I forgot to show you, I guess. Another neat thing about these fans, not only do they control from just the 2 cables, they all run to the one controller that does fan speed and lighting and all that. So quite handy to have that flexibility. Just natively built into the system. I'm actually going to use one of the others. One of the other hubs, because I only need one. One hub will run 16 fans. I'm going to use one of the other hubs to run the lighting on my CPU block, GPU block, and the reservoir. So this is going to be the most RGB I've ever had. I didn't explicitly go out for RGB. But I did make sure that it's something that I can easily control. So if I want to turn it off, I can. But I think a little lighting is nice. So I'll probably have some. Right now it's kind of a rainbow on my computer because I haven't bothered messing with the controllers because I knew I was going to be doing this pretty soon. My camera having problems? Seems to be okay now. Okay, so this one's going to be for the top. And unfortunately, the top is the only one that's going to have the nice sides of the fans, because the way the airflow goes is goes this way. No, this way. Yeah. The fans will be blowing at you right now. So, fortunately, that means only the top side fans will be going in the direction that shows the nice side of the case. But such is the way of things. It's a honkin' Allen wrench. Honkin' is the technical term, I think. It's actually used to tighten some of the fittings if you want to, which I think is part of the problem. People get that Allen wrench, think, oh man, I must need to crank down on this thing. And then they break their shit and they're sad. Which is understandable, because that's not a refundable issue. Understandably. You did it, so why would they refund you? And everywhere in the instructions, if people bothered to read them. I know a dude saying read the instructions. It does say things just need to be finger tight. so they don't need to be cranked on to work. And I think that's a lot of people's problems. They're understandably cautious when it comes to putting water in their computer, and they over tighten things and then they actually cause leaks. Yeah, lots of jokes available here for you, Leo. So this will be my 4th water cooling build. Is that right? 3rd or 4th, I can't remember for sure. I built my first PC a long time ago. I'm not going to tell you how long. Although many of you are of a similar age demographic, so you can probably guess. And these days, a good air-cooled loop is probably as good as an off-the-shelf all-in-one for the CPU. I think custom loops still have an edge. Maybe not in cooling, although likely, but definitely in volume. Yeah, well, we do have Miranda watching, so that's a possibility, Leo. Ugh. Part of me wishes I'd gotten my power drill, so I could tighten these easier. I like these iFixit screwdriver kits, but not a whole lot of torque behind them. Which, is probably for the best in the long run. Ren's probably older than that. Actually, around the time I built my first PC too. So there's a couple of things other than that bracket that are not in my possession at the moment, unfortunately. There are a few cables I forgot to order. Those are in the mail. I'm also deciding on whether or not to, on the location where you'd normally have an exhaust fan on the back of the case, whether I'm actually going to put a fan there, or if I'm going to put an LCD panel and have like a sensor panel on the inside. So I like watching the temperatures pretty closely on my builds, especially once I start overclocking, which I will do eventually with this build. So knowing that the temperatures are where I want them is important. So I will likely, I was thinking about putting a sensor panel in here because I think that'd be kind of cool. Give it a little bit of a different functionality. Because I don't really need the exhaust fan. there's going to be enough positive pressure here that it should push the hot air out of the case, so that one exhaust fan isn't going to amount to much actual performance. So I don't think I need that fan, but having that sensor panel there would be cool, because then just at a glance I could see GPU temperature and CPU temperature and liquid temperature inside the loop, because I'll likely drive most of the fan curves from the liquid temperature rather than the component temperature. Oh, that's something I need to add. Actually, I have a temperature probe that I'm going to put on the bottom. I think I need to add that at some point. So there's radiator 2. This is the top radiator. And then this one will be the vertical radiator. In a lot of cases these days can quite easily fit 2 360mm radiators. Not many can fit 3. There are a few that can fit even larger, like 480mm rads or triple 140s. 140mm fans being nice because they are usually quieter. You could actually get a 280mm radiator and get nearly the performance of a 360. The surface area is about 90, let me say something like 92%. So you can get most of the cooling power of a 360mm rad with 240s. And I almost went with the 011 Mini. But I obviously didn't. Type of cases that you don't bring home. Leo's on a roll with the innuendos here today. So hopefully these fans will perform well enough. I'm not willing to sacrifice complete performance for aesthetics, so if they don't keep things as cool and quiet as I want, then I will replace them. I will sell them, because there is a market for that. Obviously, I'll take a hit on the price, but since I bought them on sale, taking a little bit of a hit isn't going to be the end of the world. So, again, this needs to be an intake, so we get to see the ugly sides of the fans. I went ahead and made the top of the case exhaust rather than an intake. I read a lot. As I said, if anybody knows me, I over-research things. So I read a lot about what was the best orientation for radiators like this. When you have 3 of them, most people would immediately say, "Why do you need 3? That's overkill." And that's exactly the reason why, because that's my favorite kind of kill. That's why I have 3 of them. Likely unnecessary, but water cooling itself is probably not something one would call necessary. So anyway, I read a lot about it. I did not find a firm conclusion, so I'll run it this way for a while. If the temperatures aren't what I want, I may flip it, flip the top fans around to see if that helps, and if not, then I may replace the fans entirely. if they don't do what I need them to do. So right now, my 3080 is thermally limited. It'll hit what I've set. Well, it actually came set with a 83 Celsius max temperature for it would throttle itself. Now it can go higher than that. They're rated into the 90s easily, but that's already hot enough for me. So I left it the way it was, and I actually just pulled the power curve down. I didn't do any undervolting or anything. I just decreased the max power, and I actually ended up with higher clocks because it stayed cooler. So what I'm hoping is that with the water cooling loop, graphics cards do really well in water cooling loops. So what I'm hoping is that I'll see a nice reduction in the temperature of the graphics card, so I can put it back up to 100-110% of the power curve and overclock it. Now I'm not really playing anything these days that really needs the overclock, but you know, I paid for the whole card. I'm going to use the whole card. So I'll have the 3080 Ti in the loop. Again, right now it's running in the 80s. I'm hoping to get that down into the 50s or 60s. I've seen that done with less radiator space than this, so that shouldn't be too much of a stretch. And then my 5900X, AMD 5900X, it usually does pretty well. In intense gaming, it ends up in the 60s or low 70s. I don't have it overclocked right now. It's just stock settings. I've read that AMD chips don't really improve much with overclocking, so I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of value there for me, except maybe in some CPU intensive instances. So I'll probably play with the overclock. I do sometimes use my computer for research simulations, although it's been a while since I did my last one. So having the CPU power would be helpful, or honestly, the GPU compute power even these days. So I will overclock the graphics card, get all those frames, those beautiful, beautiful frames. As I said, probably not the processor immediately. I'm going to go hold off on putting fittings on this one. I think I'm going to need a couple of the 45s at least, maybe even a 90 to make this fit right in the case. But I won't really know until I can actually start putting things in the case. Oh, actually, I forgot something. So this is going to be the vertical radiator. To it, I'm actually going to attach the reservoir, so I actually need to remove these 4 screws that I just spent time tightening. So the reservoir is actually going to attach to this vertically. I have a bracket. Also, EK. I swear they didn't sponsor me for this. I swear I wish they would have. You know, I never asked. Pretty sure I know what the answer was, but maybe I should have just asked. Hey guys, you know, sponsor me for this? I'm buying all your shit. I even bought their leak tester, which I'll show you guys in a minute. It's actually really cool. So I bought this bracket, and originally I was going to sit on there like that, and then the reservoir, which I'll pull out in a second, was going to sit here like this. Everything was going to be nice and dandy. Until I realized that the graphics card water cooling block was too long. And what I actually need is for it to sit like that. Just a little over. So problems there. So I'm going to let me check. I don't think it's been delivered. It's out for delivery. Again, this is likely going to be a rate limiting step if it doesn't get here soon. Now it's, so it did say 2 to 4, then it said 2:30 to 4:30, now it says 3:15 to 6:15, so we'll see. There's still some things to be done, but so anyway, what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to go ahead and attach this like that, and then to this I'll attach the brackets that will shift things over, and then to those brackets I'll attach the reservoir. So like I said, now that I've got these nice and tight, I'm going to take them back off. This is actually the first tube reservoir that I've used. Everything prior to this has always been in like the 5.5-inch bays, because I didn't have CD drives or enough to warrant needing as many as most cases had. I think I'm actually going to leave it off because I can't remember if I need it vertical like this or angled. So I think I'm actually going to hold off on that for a minute. I need to do some testing. I'm just going to put these in here just so I don't wonder where the heck they are later. At some point I may actually get nicer screws, something with a nice Allen hex head. I think they look nicer. But these come with the radiator the right length. You have to be real careful with radiator screws. If you have screws that are too long, you can actually damage the cooling tubes where the coolant runs through the radiator. So you have to be kind of careful about that, actually. It's best to use either the screws that come with it or make sure that you have ones of the right length. A lot of radiators do offset the mounting points so that if you do get a screw that's too long, you're not screwed. It'll just bend the fins instead of puncturing the tubes themselves. But not something you want to mess with, because you ain't coming back from that. At least not without some like JB weld or something to fill the hole. And then with my luck, I'd fill it too much and have a problem. So I think I didn't mention one of the nice things about these radiators. They're actually multi-port. So all radiators are going to have the ports like this. Some are actually crossed, so you'll have one at the top and one at the bottom. But this one also has 2 on the end and 1 on the bottom. So in one of those, I can't remember which bag it's in. I'm actually going to put a fluid temperature sensor. So there's a couple different ways to do that. You can have them in line where the fluid flows through them, but that means that you have this awkward looking fitting somewhere in your case. So what I chose to do instead was I'm going to utilize one of those end ports to plug in the sensor. Here it is. So one will just have this sensor probe inserted into it. It's just got a little sensor that measures the temperature. And then another one is actually going to have this drain port in it. I never actually used a drain port before. I've always just thought, I don't drain things that often. I'm not going to worry about it. But I had ordered this because I thought I was going to be doing a hardline setup when I ordered it. And then, like I said, I decided not to. So I've got it. I might as well use it, and it will make draining the loop a lot nicer. So this is one of EK's tube reservoirs. They come in a variety of sizes. This is the 200. And that it holds nearly 200 milliliters of fluid at the end of the reservoir. Not exact, but it's close. They can get smaller, they can get larger. This one will fit vertically in the space that I've got. And again, I'm gonna have to shift it over, unfortunately. But that's my own fault, not EK's. EK's website definitely told me that the bracket for the water cooling block, that's the word I'm looking for, is 13 inches long. I just didn't read it because that was dumb. So we have, looks like we don't actually have to do some of the assembly it says to do. So it says install this tube onto the motor. It's already on there. Great. That's my favorite kind of step. So this is nice. It's got SATA power instead of Molex, so it's a little bit newer. It's a D5 pump. There's mainly two different types of pumps out there in the wild. This D5 is one of them. Tends to have quieter operation, but maybe not as much head power as one of the DDC pumps. So, but I don't need a whole lot of head pressure because all the equipment I got, all the blocks and all the reservoirs have low flow restriction. Looks like a flux capacitor. There's a couple things that you can do. You can actually replace this clear part on the inside with a clear tube instead. Mainly for use if you have issues with getting too much water or too many bubbles in your loop. I'm not gonna do that right now, but you would replace the anti-cyclone bracket with this tube instead. I kind of like the look of the bracket. I want to keep the tube in case I need it. Again, the drain port will help me if I ever need to drain things, but I shouldn't have to worry about that too much. I think I might actually put my gloves on so I don't get the glass all dirty. Actually, not glass. I think it's acrylic or acid. Yeah, acrylic. Let's get the staple out so it doesn't end up in my hand. Which would be a lot of fun. Probably should have put these on from the beginning. Some fittings, some finishes don't do well with oil from your fingers, so I probably should have had these on from the beginning. But c'est la vie. I want to make sure that the O-ring is where it's supposed to be. It's on there really tight. So you can replace these. Yep, so it's the O-ring. So you can replace these with longer or shorter tubes. I think they have like a 150, I think is the shortest. There's the 200, which is what this is. There's a 250, a 350, and then I think something even bigger than that. I think, yeah, this actually turns so you can orient it the way you want. I've seen people actually sand off the logo there. I'm not going to bother. Then it's got a nice mount, so it's already kind of sitting on its mount here. Let's get that off. Maybe without throwing screws around. So it has just a standard D5 pump. Although again, it's a little nicer in that it's got SATA power rather than Molex, would be an older one. And then pump speed monitor. And then it's got a RGB cable because this white ring actually lights up. I don't know if I'll plug that in or not. We'll see. I won't be immediately because one of the things I'm missing is some cables that would allow me to do that. Because of course, the Lian Li fans that I have, the hub has proprietary connectors. Because of course it does. So I won't be able to plug those into the hub immediately like I wanted to. But just to give you an idea what this is going to look like, grab one of the radiator here. I'm going to have that bracket like so, and then the reservoir sits there, and then it'll just be vertically mounted on the radiator. Just I'll have to shift it over a little bit to give me the space I need. So it comes with two different gaskets for vibration reduction. I think I'm just going to stick with the standard one. If I have a big problem with it, it'll be a pain in the ass to remove it, but I'll cross that bridge when it's burning. I do want to put, though, this guy in to the top of the reservoir. And I think it says you have to put the fitting in first and then the tube. See, here I am reading instructions like a dork. Fitting must be placed on top port before installing the internal tube. They note to make sure that your fitting is not too long, and the EK fittings are just long enough. So, another good reason to, I guess, go with the manufacturer's tubing. So I'm just going to choose a port for now. Don't know which I'll need. With a nice plastic Allen wrench. So it's a multi-port. There's one output, and there's two inputs, one in the front and one on the side, and then you can input directly into the top as well. So I'm going to use the top port. Again, just getting it kind of just tight enough to compress the O-ring. It doesn't need to be super tight. Unless you like cracking. Your stuff. So this is just to allow the water to flow deeper into the reservoir. Might not have chosen the right one. So we may end up having to adjust that later, but that'll work for now. So it allows the water to come down further into the reservoir, so it won't splash as much, which means it won't cause us bubbles, which means we won't have bubbles going through the water cooling loop. So that will do for that. Then I'm going to go ahead and just use the It comes with a nice, just a black one. I think since everything else on this is silver, I'm going to go ahead and reuse the silver fitting. If I can get it to sit in there. These gloves are nice, but kind of lost my dexterity sense of touch. So we verified the O-ring is there. We can rotate this as needed. There's no right direction, no correct direction. I have it the right side up. I do. And it's like I said, it already has a rubber gasket built in. This one's just a bit more extreme, I guess. And if you had problems with vibration going through your case, you could add this for additional isolation of the pump vibration. I don't think I'm gonna have a problem with that because they'll be mounted to the fans, which already have vibration in them, vibration reduction in them. So hopefully that will be all I need. So, since I'm going to pick up some tiny screws here, I'm going to take these gloves off. Trying to think if there's anything else I can do without the computer. I don't think there is. I think I might actually have to bring the computer in here to do anything else. What's that O-ring for? Oh, that was for that. So if I'd used the tube instead of the anticyclone, there's a specific O-ring that you can use for it. EK stuff is nice. The instructions aren't great. Gloves of slippery grip. Well, it's actually gloves of robust grip. So the strength, maybe it's a strength +1, but a dex -2 or something. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I think at this point I just kind of need the case. I can go ahead and put 2 of the radiators in the case. Because they're not going to, I mean, they're not going to be in the way. They're not going to replace the radiator I've already got in there for my CPU because it's on an all-in-one loop. But I do need those brackets before I can finish anything out, as previously mentioned. So, I think maybe I'll go get case. I guess I can show you the blocks, what they look like. Give the delivery man a few more minutes before I go grab the case. So this is the CPU block. I went solid acetyl rather than the plexi. This strip lights up if I choose to. Pretty straightforward, but is their new Velocity 2 block. So it has some improvements over there. their previous block. So I'll go for the processor, so you could get it in clear plexi if you wanted. I didn't, because again, I read some problems with people having some cracking issues with their plexi, and I did not want to mess with that, so I didn't. And then the cause of all my headaches is this massive block. I need a banana for scale. There's a Coke can. It's big. Bigger than I thought it was going to be. My own fault. But that's what is the issue with my build. And hopefully the brackets showing up sometime today. Oh, I forgot to put the cover back on. Will fix for me. So it's solid acetyl as well, just like the CPU block. It also has that light strip, just like the CPU block. They're the same design strategy. I did not get the active backplate. So the company does sell, not just them, several companies sell an active backplate. So water flows on both sides of the card. And that's really only needed for the 3090 because it actually has memory chips on the back side of the PCB. 3080s don't. So while it might have reduced the temperatures by half a degree or a degree even for my card, just because it's more water going over the card, it wouldn't have helped dramatically. And it would have cost another 150 bucks. So I didn't think that a very small decrease in temperatures was worth the cost there. So, and another thing I can show you, kind of delaying a little bit just in case those brackets show up. The other thing I can show you is this leak testing kit that I thought was really nice. So, back in my day, when I started water cooling, what you did was you put all the water cooling components together, made sure everything was as tight as you could. You put water in it, you turned on the pump, and you prayed. Prayed that all your fittings were tight. You prayed that there was no leaks anywhere, no gaps. You didn't have an immediate emergency. Usually you left it running overnight with some like tissue paper sitting under the various fittings just to make sure that you didn't have a slow leak somewhere. Now you can get these little air pressure sensors. You attach them to your completed loop. You pump 0.4 bar, half a bar of pressure into the loop. Let it sit for an hour. If it doesn't change, then you're airtight. If you're airtight, you're watertight. So I decided to go ahead and give it a shot. I thought it was a really nice piece of kit. There are other things that I can use it for as well. Because I told myself that. But this was like maybe an unnecessary purchase that I thought was cool, so I purchased it anyway. I'm not going with colored fluid. The only place you'll see the fluid is in the reservoir. I don't really like messing with colored fluids because they a lot of times they'll end up gunking up your blocks on the microfins. So usually I just use distilled water. This time I decided to use DK's cryofuel, but in clear. It's supposed to have better thermal properties than just pure water. This is the concentrate, so it just gets mixed in with distilled water. So I have a couple gallons of distilled water, more than I need for this. For this build. But rather have too much than not enough. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Be Right Back up I'm going to go unplug all the shit from the back of my computer, and I'll bring it in here. I'm not going to put the computer on this table. One, because it would be difficult to see with the camera. Two, because it's heavy, and I don't know how strong this glass is. But what I'll do is I'll bring it in here. I'll show you what it looks like if you haven't seen it, which is probably most of you. And then I'll take the bottom radiator out, or the bottom radiator bracket out, remove the current fans, put the new radiator in. Might do that for the vertical radiator just to get it in place, and then hopefully the brackets will be here for me to actually mount the reservoir. I'm going to get it as far as I can. If I don't think I'm going to be able to finish in a reasonable amount of time, I may wait to actually put the blocks on. We might do that tomorrow, but we'll see where we get from there. So I'm going to put the BRB up, probably go grab something else to drink, grab the computer, and then we'll be back. So hang out, and yeah, we'll see you in a minute. Yeah, see the mistress in a second here. All right, we're back. And that is the case. Mistress, as she's called by my wife. I have two mistresses. I've got this in my car. So she's nice enough to let me handle that. So this is the Lee & 011 Dynamic Evo. So there's the non-Evo version, the Evo version. They have an XL, they have a Mini, and I think they're coming out with Evos of both the XL and the Mini, actually. XL, the Evo is neat because it can actually be inverted if you wanted it to. It has a lot of neat features. I'm not going to go through all of them. It's not the point of this video. But this is the case in its current state. Everything, the graphics cards are cool. The CPU is currently under a Corsair all-in-one. Didn't spend a whole lot of money on that because I knew I was going to be replacing it, but the pieces that I wanted weren't available when I was building the computer. So don't mind all the crap in the chair. Sorry. So right now it's just got the case fans in there from actually some of them from my old build, plus the fans that came with the all-in-one. I'll be replacing the all-in-one, obviously, and then the graphics card block, obviously, will replace the air cooler on the graphics card. At some point, I'll also, looks like Millie's going to come join us. She's on the other side, trying to figure out what's going on here. You might see her poke her head out here soon. Forgot what I was going to say. Oh, one of the things I'm going to do also is get some custom cables made for the 24 pin, the 3 8-pins for the graphics card, and for a second thought it was a Wii remote. What, this? The hand lotion? Yeah, not a Wii remote. No Wiimotes here. There's a puppy on the other side of the case, though. You wanna come over here? Come say hi. I got funny smelling gloves on. Puppy. Much more interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. You're making a lot of weird noises, keeping me awake. I'm a big fan of this. So the case is pretty modular. It's very nice. Almost everything comes off just with thumb screws, making it very easy to get into. You certainly don't need to, but I leave the screw in the glass frame here. It's quite secure in its own right, but just makes me feel a little safer with this massive glass panel. Because I don't want to have to replace it. And the front comes off too. Same way. I also keep the screw in it. It just pops out. Screw back in for safekeeping. Gotta be real careful with tempered glass because it's usually really strong until you hit it at just the wrong angle. So now I have very easy access to all the components without having a lot of issues getting in and out of things. I also need to remove the rear panel. I think it just pops off. Yeah, rear panel just pops off. I'll need to take off or undo the fans because these fans are running behind the motherboard. So what I'm going to do is I'll pull the bottom radiator out with Millie's help. I mean, because I can put the radiator in there and run the fans, even if there's no water cooling going through the radiators. They won't be as effective, obviously, because they have something in front of them, but they will still function. So, and then hopefully I'll be able to also get the vertical radiator here installed, and I can start doing some fiddling with the reservoir placement. If my frickin' brackets show up. So you're going to get to see a lot of my face and body here, I guess, because I gotta get everything undone here. There's a cable retention bracket on the back. I'm not going to bother spinning everything around, sorry. If you want to know more about this case, go watch a review on this case. Oddly, one of the screws is captive, so that when you take the bracket off, it stays. The other one isn't. I think that's kind of silly. Seems like they could have made them both captive. But what do I know? So I've got a fan hub back here. It was just a temporary thing that I wanted to use while I was running this air-cooled. So it's actually an 8-fan hub. I only got 6 plugged into it. Came from my old case. I needed it in my old case because I had 12 fans, 3 on each of the 2 radiators, and then 6 throughout the rest of the case. So having the fan controller helpful here to, or the fan hub is helpful here to control all the cable mess. Cables are stuck on something. So I did a little bit of cable management when I built it, but I knew that it was going to come apart. So I didn't spend a whole lot of effort on the cable management, but enough that it was difficult to pull it out. So it has a nice bracket for the radiator that just slides in. There is a small filter on the bottom that can be used to keep things clean. Hope nobody gets motion sick. If you do, sorry about the moment. So these are great fans. There's nothing really wrong with these fans. And for a while I thought I would just use them again. But a couple of them started to rattle, and it bothered me. So we're not going to use them. These were the fans that I had in my mini fridge case, as I've called it before. They went up to something like 2,600 RPM, which meant that they could get very loud. So I'm going to hold on to these for a while. Unfortunately, got a bit of a backlog in computer parts that I need to figure out what to do with. So if anybody's looking for 4th generation Intel parts, I got the hookup. Got 2 4790Ks. A water-cooled 1080 Ti. I've got a... Anyway. Just need to post them somewhere probably and sell them. Some of the stuff I want to keep as backups, because I always like to have a spare graphics card on hand in case the graphics card goes bad. So usually what I do is whatever my previous card was, I just put in storage. It didn't help me much in this case because my previous card was water-cooled only. And until today, that wouldn't have worked in this build. So, nice little bracket. It just slots in to the bottom of the case. Makes assembly a little easier because you can do the assembly outside of the case and then slot the radiator in. I hope it actually fits under the graphics card. But actually, I know it will fit under the graphics card. I don't know if I'll be able to slide it in under the graphics card, so I might have to take the graphics card out to actually put this in. But we'll see. So I realize now that I should not have put those fittings on because I need to be able to put this on its back. Let's see. It'll come off nice and easily. So this is the orientation I want it. This is going to be at the front of the case. This is the front of the bracket. So I'm going to flip this guy over. And the bracket will go like so. There's a little room for wiggle. It slides a little bit one way or the other. I'm basically just going to center it on the bracket. Maybe push it a little further forward. If I need to, I can always pull the bracket out and shift things a little bit. But that's how we're going to do it from here. One thing I'm not doing, and I'm not sure I'm completely thrilled with this, is I'm not putting any sort of dampening between the bracket and the reservoir, or the radiator, sorry. The second time I've done that. I'm hoping that I don't have much reverberation coming from the fans. But if it becomes a problem, then I'll just have to figure out how to solve that. I may end up having to take something back apart, but that's where the drain valve comes in handy. It'll make it easy to just dump the fluid into a container, take apart whatever I need to take apart, put it back together, and then put the fluid back in. So. Some people will do fans on one side like I'm doing here. Sometimes you do it with a push, where the fan is pushing the air through. Actually, what the top radiator is going to be doing. Sometimes it's a pull. The air is being pulled through the radiator by the fans, which is what we'll be doing here and on the side radiator. Some people will do both. So if you get one of the thick radiators, you can actually find that it's better to have fans on both sides of the radiator. So on a push-pull configuration. It does, I've seen reviews on how it does actually improve the performance. But you need the space for it. And were this the 011XL, I would have enough space to do a push-pull just about everywhere with these radiators. But I did not get the XL. And top of that, this particular thickness of radiator usually doesn't benefit much. Wow, why are these screws not going in very easily? I feel like I should have some washers here, but it did not come with any. This is the bottom one, so. doing the seated is kind of difficult. I don't have enough of an angle here. I feel like these screws are cross-threaded or not going in right. Didn't know attaching a radiator could be arm workout. I think the problem is these screws are not actually black. They are just silver screws, but coated. So I think that may be the problem, that they're just a little difficult to get inserted. I don't know if you can see that. Probably not. Because the coating on the screw threads is, and on the radiator itself, I guess, probably, is a little problematic. I think that screw actually did anything. Probably not a whole lot of reason for me to put every single one of these screws in, since this is a bottom radiator. It's not like it's going to go anywhere. But for the sake of thoroughness, we're going to go ahead and put them all on. I may end up having to take it back off and shift things. As you can see, there is a little bit of play on either end. Maybe you can't see. There may not be enough lighting. Apologize for that. But hopefully this will be about in the position I want it to be. I won't have to move it. So there we have the bottom radiator attached to the bracket. I'm going to go ahead and put the thing back on. Well, there we have it. So I am going to spin the camera around, so if you get motion sick, don't look. Camera's moving. All right, we're back on the computer. Let's see if this will fit under the graphics card. Just. Ooh. Like a glove. So there are slots that the bracket fits into. Yep. And then I will reattach the thumb screw so it doesn't move around. So that is I drop the thumb screw. Ooh, not much room in there. Well, that's a problem. The radius of water is too far forward. The radiator is too far forward. Not attach the thumb screw. Don't necessarily need it. I definitely want it. Question, I guess, is do I want it enough to move everything I just screwed down? Just in the way. Unfortunate. So you may be thinking, wow, that's not a whole lot of room. There will be more. The air cooler is thicker than the water cooler, although the water cooler is longer. I think it's going to bother me if I don't have that thumb screw in there, so I'm going to have to shove that back, which is unfortunate. But I'm just going to do it right here. I think all I need to do is loosen these up a little bit. It'd be nice if you could get to this bracket from the underside, so that if you needed to move things, you could. But you can't. Same is actually true for the top bracket. Once you've got the bracket installed, you can't actually reach some of the screws. So if you ever have to do some moving, you have to take the whole thing out like this. But it is nice that it has this tray. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad it's there. Shifting this back does actually mean all the screws are contacting things. Whereas previously we had a couple that weren't. I'll take that as a win. Hopefully it didn't push it too far back. Now watch, it's going to be too far back, and I'm not going to be able to clear the PCIe slot covers on the back side. Let's see. Ah, nice. How did we actually buy ourselves enough clearance? Is the next question. Huzzah! Sweet. One down. So I'm going to take off the side radiator bracket, get the side radiator installed, and then see how things are lining up. So it's nice. It has this little latch, and it actually comes in at an angle. You can see it kind of leans back, and then just has a little slot that it slides out of. Get all my cables out here. And it's the same kind of thing. Nice thing about this is it actually can be reversed, depending on whether you want things moved further this way in the case or further that way in the case. I had them this way to give me a little clearance for cables on the back. I'm actually going to flip it so that I have the more space on the inside of the case. Okay, camera is turning, so look away if you get much music. Camera is stable. So these are the same kind of fans as I took off just a minute ago. Again, good fans, but time to put them out to pasture. You can see the rails have a couple different slots. These fit 120mm fans, which is what these are, or 140mm fan. But if you do 140s, it'll only fit 2. So again, that's not terrible. Two 140mm fans or a 280mm radiator, like I said earlier, has almost as much surface area as a 360. So you could, in theory, instead of having 3 360mm rads, you could have 2 360s and a 280, or you could even just go with 3 280s. The advantages there would be that you would need 3 less fans, right? Two fans per radiator instead of 3. So it would save you a little bit, both in cabling and in money, I guess, but in noise as well, because you'd only have the few fans, rather than having all 9 fans. You'd only have 6, for only a little bit of reduction in cooling. But I kind of wanted to go for a fuller look, and so that's what we're doing. Need to check to make sure. I think this goes down. Actually, I think it's reversible, but let me check real quick before I attach everything and then it doesn't fit. Ooh, I was wrong. That's good I checked. Yeah, good. So this gap here is the top. And we want the ports for this one on the top. So it will go like so. And I'm going to start it, I think, as high as I can get it. I think that shouldn't be a problem. I'm hoping it doesn't cause a problem with the top radiator. We may end up having to lower it. It's a little easier to lower this one because I can actually get to the back of this one without having to disconnect it. But I'm hoping the extra height will help a little bit with the radiator shifting that I have to do later on. Or reservoir shifting, excuse me. Here are these gloves of -2 dexterity, Leo. They are saving my fingers a little bit. These screws are a little difficult to tighten. I actually got these, I think I said this already, but I got these because I read that it was difficult to actually attach those fittings on this rubber tubing. And so there were quite a number of recommendations saying you ought to get gloves to protect your fingers. So I was at the hardware store today for something else, and picked these up while I was there. So they're not completely solving the problem. I can feel my fingers are kind of sensitive. But when I built this case, when I built this computer the first time, I actually got this is kind of pathetic. I actually got a blister on my hand from using the screwdriver, putting in these silver screws into the fans, because it required so much torque to get the screws in the right way that I ended up rubbing a raw spot on my hand. So think that just says that my hands are soft. My rowing days are decades behind me now. So I used to be on the rowing team in college, and the oars would just rub blisters on your hands. That's all there was to it. You weren't going to have pretty hands. So I was not a hand model in high school or college. I mean, no, that's hard to believe. All right. So again, I don't have any rubber backing or anything on these, hoping that I don't end up with a lot of reverberation through the case, because this case does sit on my desk. So if the case is vibrating, so is my desk. If it gets bad enough, then I will at some point come back and add rubber washers or a rubber gasket or something to minimize the vibration from the fans through the case. I read that these particular fans aren't too bad, again, because they've got the built-in rubber standoffs in the corners. So I'm hoping not to have a problem here. I don't have in my stash any gaskets that I could use for that purpose. I'd have to order some. They do make some very nice 360 millimeter fan radiator gaskets. They're used to decouple the fans a little bit so that you don't get that vibration through the case. They're also used to minimize any air gap, because it's very difficult to see, but there is a bit of a gap between the fan and the radiator. So having that rubber gasket there just means that all of the air that your fan is pulling is coming through your radiator for that maximum airflow. One of the nice things also about this case, it has air filters in a few places, but it also has really fine mesh, so I shouldn't have too much of an issue with dust coming in the case, which is nice because dust is gross. All right, so I don't have fittings on this yet. I just want to get it in the case to see how things sit, how things line up, and then we'll go from there. So I'm going to flip the camera around. Close your eyes if you have problems with that. All right, camera is moved. Let's see if this is going to do what I hoped it's going to do. Cable in there out of the way. And it just slots into its little slots. Will it fit? It will not this high. So it is impacting the top of the case. So I will need to lower it by whatever. All right, now we know. So it looks like it actually needs to be all the way at the bottom instead of all the way at the top. That's unfortunate. I was hoping to use the height with the radiator bracket. Sorry, I did not turn the camera around, but I'm just unscrewing those screws so I can slide the bracket. You'll have to use your imagination for a moment. Alright, so I slid the bracket all the way in the opposite direction because it didn't look like I had much of a choice. If this doesn't work, I might actually have to put the bracket back in and then attach the radiator to it. Not ideal scenario. According to the Lee & Lee site, a 360 radiator does fit here, so if it doesn't, I'm going to have some words that I shouldn't stream. Alright. Let's try this again. Get it out of the way. Where are you stuck on now? Now I think it's too low. Good boy. Alright. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to loosen them so that I can shift it the direction I need to shift it. And then we'll tighten it once we get it in. And if that doesn't work, then hard mode. Not my favorite mode when it comes to building a computer. But that's what we gotta do. That's what we gotta do. This is probably why EK actually in their configurator recommends a 360 or a 280 here instead of 360, because the 360 is challenging to fit. Whew. That is not a lot of wiggle room. I don't know if you heard it, but it did click into place. Let's see what that looks like from the front. Yeah, man, that there is no extra space. So that is a tight fit. So you can fit a EK D360M in there, but there is no extra space. The top of it is touching the top of the case. And the bottom is also practically touching the bottom of the enclosure for it. So, yeah, there's no cable room. There's nothing. No wiggle. EK told me this would fit. They were right, but man, talk about no tolerance for wiggle room. So I had to leave these screws loose, put the bracket in, raise the radiator up over its initial lip, go over the lip, and then lower it back down so it wouldn't impact on the top. And like I said, it just fits. Like the latch back here is only just in place. So, holy crap. If that hadn't fit, I don't know what I would have done. I would have been very upset. So, whew, I'm actually sweating a little bit because I was so scared that that wasn't going to fit. Forgot I had a a hard drive cable back here from when I pulled my old hard drive from our last computer to transfer things over. This one I'm making sure it's nice and tight. There we go. All right. Whew. Cheesy papers, as my wife likes to say. Yeah, Leo, that would have been a rage quit. I would have probably just turned the stream off and walked away, because I would have had to cut into the case for that not to be a problem. So yeah, let me lean it back so you can actually see it a little better. So It just fits. Oh, that had me worried for a minute, guys. Not gonna lie. I don't know what I would have done. Because I would have had to have like taken stuff out of the case to cut it, because I wouldn't want to cut it with everything in there. So luck was with us there. I realized I just tightened it down. I'm gonna have to probably untighten it again so I can get to those bottom screws and attach the radiator bracket. But I think it's pretty safe to say I'm gonna need to attach the radiator bracket, but the radiator or the reservoir bracket, but the reservoir itself is gonna have to go in separately. But at least now I know how to get in there. So let's see. Oh, good news. According to shipping, the brackets I need are just a few stops away. So I don't know if I'm going to actually get to the block installation today, but I think I will try to get the reservoir situation set up. Because once I take the blocks up, once I take the air blocks off, that's it. I got to water cool it. I can't run it without. So definitely want to make sure that I've got everything I need before I start doing that, and enough time to do it. So, and mental energy, because this is already taking, as usual, longer than anticipated, which comes as no surprise to my wife. I always underestimate how long these things are going to take. So, to kind of give you an idea of what this is going to look like, these tubes will not be there, obviously. These are from the current all-in-one. So, bracket will go in here on this bottom fan. And then I'll have the things that are showing up in the mail here in a few minutes attached to that. And then the reservoir sit like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the output from the reservoir go into the bottom radiator, the graphics card to the top radiator to the CPU to the side radiator, back to the reservoir. That's what that's going to look like. The top radiator in here right now is only a 30 mil. These are 45s. This will be a little bit, another 15 millimeters lower. So I've got space for that. I'll probably use a 90 or at least a 45 off of the top radiator, rather than the side reservoir. So I'm going to need a 90 here. I'll bring the tube here. This will just go straight up. This will come straight over. Maybe a 45. I think the loop will be fine. Maybe a 45 to a 45, and a 90 down into the reservoir. So it's coming together. I am going to have to take off the side radiator though, reservoir, so I can put the block on, or the bracket on. I also have very little room in there to deal with plugs. So I may end up having to take the bottom radiator out, plug a few things in, put the bottom radiator back in before I plumb it in. Although if I take the graphics card out, which I'll have to do obviously to install the block, I should probably be able to plug a few things in down there. I need to plug in a few USB-C or USB headers down there. And right now, so I cannot. I'll need to go ahead and do that, I guess, because I actually need that for running these fans. Now that I have these fans in here, I need those fans running. In order to actually, cool this PC. So yeah, let's take that side radiator back out. Now that we just got it back in there, and attach the bracket, because I think it'd be best to have the bracket attached to the fan, and then the shifting brackets attached to the big brackets, and then the reservoir to the adapters. So I have to untighten these screws again just to get this thing out. We know it fits, so later when I'm panicking because I can't quite get it back in there, we know it fits. Oh, before I take it out though, I need to see whether I want that bracket vertically or horizontally. I forgot. That's actually why I went ahead and did this. You know what? I'm not going to take that out. It's actually easier to take the bottom one out. I'm so smart. The bottom one is easier to remove. We will remove the bottom one. We are smart people here. Sorry, I needed to hydrate there. So, the new GPU block is 13 inches as compared to the 11.5 of the air-cooled block. That means I need an extra 1.5 inches of space to fit this reservoir into the case. So where it would normally fit with this bracket is not far enough over. But I think I'm going to take the mounting bracket off of the reservoir because it gives us a good indication of where things need to be. I'm going to attach it real quick to this bracket. I think I'm going to need the height. Turning the camera. So I'm going to use the screws for the bracket for now. Can't open the plastic with this gloves on. So dizzy from all the turning. You just need to learn to spot with your head as we turn things around. Obviously. All right, so I'm gonna start with it as I originally intended. So I think I'm gonna need the extra height. One thing I definitely need to not forget is there are actually 2 screws that go onto the side here that are used to tighten the mount down on the pump. Don't have those installed right now, obviously. I'll need to make sure that I don't forget that. Not because I think the pump will vibrate out or anything. It's a good fit. But so this bracket is a separate piece. It's something that I had to order specifically for this purpose. The white piece in there is actually a template that you can use if you had a piece of metal in your case that you could mount this to. You could drill holes in that, and this would just attach right to it. Kind of see where those brackets are, because this would be a lot easier if I already had the thing I need. It's a couple stops away. So that's how the bracket works. They do have brackets that let you sit it like this, and then it's vertical. This pump actually works horizontally, so that could have been another possible fix if these brackets don't work, which we'll find out here shortly. But hopefully I don't have to worry about that. I'm sorry, I missed some chat here while I was on the floor, I guess. That is one chunk card. Yeah, it's like a 3.5 slot card. It's still not the biggest. ASUS's Strix card is actually a little bit bigger. I wanted a 3080 Ti. There were a couple that I was willing to go for once they came down to MSRP. This is the first one that became available at MSRP, so this is why I have this card. Is this song an Undertale remix? No, it's just so Twitch has a music stream that you can use, and it sets it up so that it doesn't actually record. So if you ever come back and watch this because you love water cooling and want to see it again, the music won't be here. So it keeps me from having copyright infringement. All right, we're turning again. Gird your loins for a turn. All right, turning complete. So, if the water block hadn't been longer than I thought it was going to be, and again, that's totally my fault. And this would have just sat there like this, and the water cooler would have, or the reservoir would have sat there. A little bit of clearance there on the bottom for the fans. Kind of tight. I might have put it up one and just used 2 screws and then let gravity do the rest on the bottom 2. Problem is that there's no extra clearance here on the side. So the alternative is to go the other direction. See if that gives us enough height. It won't give us enough distance. I'll still need to somebody. Up, down, up, down. The alternative is to mount the bracket sideways. That'll give us a little bit more space, but I need to make sure it gives us enough height. Now these adapters that I'm to be getting here in just a few moments, hopefully, I'll be able to put them at whatever angle I need them, assuming I can get them tight enough. I should be able to do. If I can't get this to work, I'm gonna have to do something like mount it from the top fans. which isn't what I really want to do. It's functional, but not what I want, because believe it or not, this setup is relatively friendly to swapping things out or doing repairs or whatever I need to do without necessarily having to drain the loop. So if I wanted to add more RAM or change out the graphics card, obviously I'd have to drain the loop for that. But so if I go, now I'm sideways, so I'm pushed further towards the front of the case, it doesn't clear. Okay. It's not quite tall enough, which I didn't think it was. I would have to use 2 screws higher and then just not have the bottom screws attached. Again, with gravity would be fine. I have to be really careful about the routing of the cables from the bottom of the pump, but that's just an orientation thing. Those would be towards the back, so that would be fine. You might ask, why don't I just go higher? Well, I just don't have enough vertical space. Also, I can't go this way because it's not out far enough, and it would just hit the motherboard. I don't think I could come far enough forward for that to work anyway. Because it'd have to be something like middle of the case. I'd need some extreme tensions or something. So I think what I'm going to have to do is either use the adapters to shift it up and kind of diagonal to give me some forward space and some vertical space, which I think is my preference. Or this way and do the same thing, but I have to have a longer adapter. I think it kind of depends on the adapters and what's available. But if we just went on these screws, that only gains us about 1 inch, and I need, I only have about 1 inch of space there. I need 1.5 inches. So this basically needs to come out about as far as it can go. I want to have some extra wiggle room there with the space. So if I can get 2 inches of clearance from the end of what I've got right now, because again, this is 11 inches, a little over 11, almost 11.5, and the new one is 13. So you can see I need about 1.5 inches. If I give myself 2 inches, then I've got a bit of wiggle room there in between. As long as these adapters are relatively robust, that should be functional. So yeah. Only 1 inch, you'd say 1 inch is quite a lot. Yeah, well, going from 11.5 to 13. Checking on the arrival of these parts. Need to get here faster. They should be here any minute. So I think what I'm going to try to do today is get the pump mounted, the pump and reservoir mounted. I'll get the fans that I've got right now plugged in so that the computer functions. But I don't think I'm going to try to do the water blocks today. That's at least another hour if I'm optimistic. Because there's a lot of cutting of thermal pads and putting thermal paste down and cleaning up the old thermal paste and then cutting and routing all the tubes. So that's another couple hours probably to get that completely done. So I think what I want to do is I'll pull the bottom radiator out so I can get to those screws on the bottom fan, and get the bracket attached vertically, I think. Well, again, actually, I just need to see what my bracket links. I can't remember exactly what I ordered. Pull the bottom radiator out, plug in a couple things for the fan headers, so I can get the fans running. I'll move the camera. So again, the fan controller is just this. It has four ports. Well, four sets of ports. One's for RGB and one's for the fan power. So they plug in to this. There's 4 channels. They are controlled separately. It goes to a USB header. This is one reason why I need to remove the bottom radiator, because my USB headers are, of course, on the bottom. It's a bit of a challenge because if I put that sensor panel in the back, like I thought I might do, I also need a USB header. So that may be a bit of a challenge. I may end up just putting a fan on the back and having a sensor panel remotely or something, or just use USB normal. Problem with that is it's always powered, so if the computer's off, then it shows a blank screen. So why this ad? Because I'm not going to finish today. These things always take me longer than I think they're gonna. Men would have told you that. I'm sure there's a joke in there. Leave these out. This is from the pump. Now the problem is if I start, I have to finish. Because once I take the air blocks off, the card or the processor are useless until I get the water block on. And I'm supposed to help with the Dragon Farm tonight. I didn't need to open that. It was this one. So fans do come with a couple other things. Some pads that you can use to cushion them. One's thinner and one's a little thicker. They just sit on the back of the, actually fit perfectly on the back of the, I think one might actually be a magnet. Yeah, one of them's actually a magnet. Didn't know that. That's cool. Because obviously there's no vibration reduction necessary. This is just double-sided sticky, not magnet. I'll probably use the magnets. I think my back of my case is magnet. We'll see. It also comes with screws for the fans. If you were just using them as case fans, you can attach them that way. SATA power for the hub. So the hub is SATA powered and it powers the fans. And then there is a. Is there a? Can't remember if it has a. Connection to a fan header on the case. So that the CPU knows what the speed is. Surely it does. I'm missing a cable. Aha, I am. Okay, good. A little concerned there for a minute. So it does have a, this is the fan speed and RGB cable. It also comes with a RGB splitter, which I will use because I only have 2 RGB headers in the case. Or maybe I don't need to. I'll think about that. But if I want all the pretties that I paid for, then I do need to at least attach one of them. So one of these will be for the fans. It'll control all 9 or 10 fans. I may need to order one more fan for the rear of the case. I still haven't decided if that's going to be a exhaust fan or the sensor panel. So I didn't order a fan because I don't know if I need it yet. So this controller will control all the fans, and then I can do another controller with some cables that are supposed to come Wednesday that will allow me to run the CPU block, GPU block, and RGB from the pump. There's actually also an RGB strip down the front of the case. All 4 of those will go to one of these. So then I can control all the lights, turn them on or off, whatever I want to do. Quite simply. I don't know if I'll use Lian Li's software or not. It's decent, especially in the RGB control. Its fan control, I've read, is questionable. Yeah, I'm going to use the magnet because I've got several places I can put this magnetically, I think, to make sure I've got enough space. Not there. Probably on this thing. Well, I think I can put them on the. I'll have to figure that out. However, I think my brackets just showed up. Yeah. So I'm going to put the BRB up just for a second. I'm going to go grab those brackets and then show you what I got. All right. I feel like this was a little bit of false advertising because it looked in the picture like it actually had an organizer. Instead, I just got a bag of these things. So these are just extension brackets. Usually you'd use them to connect a couple pieces of wood or what have you. So there are plenty of wood screws that I'm obviously not using in this. But I got them because they come in a couple different sizes. I've got three different sizes with just a pair of holes and then one long boy. So that gives me a couple of options on what I want to do with the installation here. So the plan, my Allen wrench go. I misplaced my Allen wrench and all this junk. Oh, there it is. So what I'd like to do is use the vertical position to give me the height that I need. Because then I know at least I'm high enough. I don't have to worry about coming off at some angle to be high enough to attach here. So the idea is that I can attach these guys to the bracket, and then the pump to these shifts me over. These are steel, so they're strong. I don't have to worry about them not being able to take the weight. Fairly well painted. I mean, they were cheap, but they'll fix my problem hopefully, and then I can shift over when I need to shift over. I may need a couple trials and errors here just to see if I can get this working. Hopefully I got what I need. And I don't have to use, I'm hoping I don't have to use the really long one. I'm going to try it with the longest one with just a couple of spots. And hopefully that will be sufficient. So right. So these are the nuts and bolts for that were meant to attach this bracket to a fan head. A fan, if you didn't have like a radiator you're attaching it to, just because it may not be sufficient. It has nuts and washers and bolts that hopefully will allow me to do what I need to do here. Might actually need to use it without a washer. I think is fine in this case. I hope I don't need to go get longer bolts. So I don't actually have a lot of wiggle room here because there's a fan that's going to be right behind this, right? So this is a bit of a desperation play because, again, I was dumb and did not measure everything. Sorry about the noise. This does not give me the space that I need. Then I'll shift it to its side, and maybe that will. But then that means I've got to go somewhat vertical with it. So this is a little janky. Not really what I wanted to have to do with my water cooling build, but kind of stuck with these parts. I don't really have the opportunity to return them. So this is an attempt to make it work. And in the long run, unlikely that I'll really remember that I had to do this. So it's not that terrible. It's just not caused a little anxiety when I noticed this was a problem. You know, I spent the time and money on this. It's not something I wanted to have to half-ass. I wanted to whole-ass it. But this is an interesting solution, I think, to a problem of my own doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten this down just enough so it doesn't wiggle, so that I can still adjust it a little bit. And then I'm going to go over to the case, see if I've got enough room without needing to go at an angle. Thanks everybody for hanging out and listening to me ramble. Hope it's been interesting at least a little bit. I had planned on finishing this today. I said I don't think I'm gonna, because it's already 4:15. I gotta stop for dinner here in another hour or so. And that doesn't give me a whole lot of time to finish before the dragon farm, so. Ooh, that is jankier than I care for, but let's see how it does. Alright, spinning the camera. So, if we match it like so, I think we might have enough space here. I'm gonna get these two screws out. So, I'll just use this to hold it in place for a minute. That's where it would sit. Immediate problem is fitting. That may be a problem. It does look like we get space we need. So I need to look in the back of my head. Whoops. There it is. We go. Where's what screw? Get a flashlight. Oh, where went? Well, I thought I could have gone farther. There ain't a whole lot of space in here. Is it on? Well, I wasn't planning on taking the bottom radiator out yet, but then I guess I gotta. I can. It fell in in one of the fans. It's between the fans and the radiator. Gotta go get some tweezers. All right. Now, I wonder I couldn't see it. It was one of the hardest places to get out. Why wouldn't it be? There we go. Well, that was fun. You guys have fun? That was fun. goes like that. You can see maybe now with, maybe you can't because the graphics are in the way, but my USB-C headers are down here. Makes this a little bit of a challenge. One of them is occupied right now, but that's for this. I hope so. Otherwise, I'm definitely not need a splitter. Remember for sure that actually problem. No, anyway, I'll worry about that in a minute. But that's what we were doing. Before I got screwed. This will fit there. I have nearly the 2 inches of it, where I do have the 1.5 inches. That should work. I don't have much more room this way. So the only other thing I could do is use the longer one to come up at an angle. Still need to be far enough forward near the backside of the graphics card, and I can only go so high. So right now, sitting about that high. Probably come up here or so, but I can't come up very high because there's going to be another radiator there. Fall out again. So this high already. I can't go high enough to completely clear the block. Even with what I've got now, I can't clear the block. And the one I've got, the other radiators are thicker. So I don't really want to come up much higher. Problem is, now with the bottom radiator, getting it routed into this pump is going to be a bit of a challenge. So even the best planned water cooling loop doesn't always go exactly as expected. While I have the pump out, or the bottom reservoir out, radiator out, bottom radiator out, I'm going to go ahead and plug in the USB header, because I need that for fan control. Might as well also get the fan header in the same place as the old fan header. Oops, so I can see what I'm doing though. So that is the old fan header. It is very pinched in the radiator here. But I got everything out of the way, but apparently it's not. So this is why I don't think I want to try to tackle the blocks tonight, because something else is going to go wrong. So what I will do instead is talk about the blocks tomorrow afternoon. And I'll stream that for the interested. Yeah, the cable's in the way there. Case cable's just pass my backside under this thing. It actually now fits a little bit better now that there's not a a fan cable under it. So yay for small blessings. But yeah, that kind of gives you an idea of how little wiggle room there is here. Just this tiny thin fan cable was enough to get a little bit of issues. Okay. Well, this was my old fan header. I mean, there's nothing fancy. It was just 8 fan headers, PWM fans, but they lead to go to a fan header on the motherboard and a SATA power connector. We have more or less the same thing with the Lee controller. Although this has RGB header and the fan controller, or the fan speed indicator, and then the USB-C header. So I'd rather not use the same fan header that I did. It was really meant for a different purpose than I was using it for. I'm going to use one of the fan headers over here, I think, instead. But you need the USB plug-in. Huh? Oh. So I'll put the USB cable in. Again, I've got one USB cable already plugged in for this. When I get around to removing this, I need to double check that again. I'm not sure that's true. Where do you go? Looking right into the sun, that makes it difficult to see. You come down here. Yeah, so that's the good news. So I'll need 2 headers, either one each for these controllers, and I'm gonna need 2 of them. I need the third one. I might need it for sorry, I can't think and talk at the same time, I guess. I might need it for the I'm trying to say sensor panel that I may end up putting in here. So the sensor panel would sit here. Hopefully you can see this from my fingers. On the back of the case instead of an exhaust fan. There's already, I mean, there's so many openings in this case. And obviously even around the glass, it's not airtight or anything. So theoretically it should be enough to handle that. I think I'm going to go ahead and use the RGB splitter. Just because it's going to be really difficult to plug this in later if I don't do it now. You have to be careful with these RGB headers. Some are 4-pin, and some are 3-pin. And if you plug a 4-pin in where you should be plugging in a 3-pin, you can fry things. And obviously that's not what we want to do. This is not that kind of string. So here's our USB splitter. Do some serious cable management at the end of the day here. Hope that clears the plug, because those pins are not very precise. And then we can run just the fan header through. The RGB header can stay in the back. This one here. Do we have a new caller?
We have a new caller.
What does she think about it?
She just.
Okay. Now they come. Come here. Come. Come here, rat doggy. Really? On camera? Gonna stand there and look at me? Come here. Come. Oh, look at you, pretty girl.
Is it flower?
Got flour on her collar now. Can you see it? Oh, pretty girl. Here.
I can take the flower off. It's not all the time.
It's cute. It's cute. I like it. Cute.
Oh, I got you. Yes. Yep. Yes.
Alright, I can't see my stream chat at the minute, so if anybody's saying anything, I'll look at you in a minute. Almost enough room that I can run this cable on the side here. Just too tight. I don't know if anybody's still watching, but earlier, I appreciate people hanging out with me, and I think it's been educational and or entertaining. Probably just leave these screws loose. I'm gonna need to loosen and tighten them a couple times. This will also be a convenient place to route some of my cables. So. I can imagine the pump cables, for instance, coming through here. I don't know if there's enough space for all of the cables, though. We'll see. Things I do for a clean cable build. Yeah, that's nice. So, got the cables for these fans just running through the corner here. I think there might be enough room for the pump fans, to, the pump cables too. That would be really nice. Keep things nice and clean. Alright, let's check chat, see if anybody's really not trying to ignore people. Yeah, cute. Yeah, so she kind of outgrew her old collar, hence the new one. Okay, let's think about this pump situation a little longer. Say the cable's gonna be hard to get through that corner, but it'll be really nice if I can. If not, I can run it this way through these grommets over here, and that'll be fine. Alright, let's get this carefully back in. Oh, the good news is the radiator actually sits a little forward, and it's or USB in the RGB header. Okay, so as we were saying before getting sidetracked by something a while ago, this is a problem. Because obviously it doesn't fit there like that. So I could maybe do a 90, 90, 90. Maybe what I have to do. I don't know if you can see what I'm talking about here. Not even pointing in the right direction anymore. Yeah. So here's my problem. I've got enough room with the pump. See, I've got almost 2 inches there now. I'll pull the block out here in a second just to make sure. But it should be fine. But now I've got no room for this bottom fitting. I'd rather not use 390s here because I only have 3 more nice ones. I have a couple old ones in my old build I didn't really want to use. I'm obviously gonna need a 90 here. And I plan on using a 90 off of the pump coming straight down. Maybe a 45. Just have this a little bit of a curve there. Get a couple of the 45s and see if those will fit. This is a 90. Fives and another torque. So I didn't know if I would need 45s or not. Now I'm kind of glad I ordered some. I'm gonna have to take the pump out. Nothing is ever easy, huh? I'm just taking this out, less likely to scratch it. So I'll move it out of the way. Yep. Let's see. I know it sounds like it, but this is not true. Hard to say. Alright, this is not for you. You can smell it. It's not food. Not food. I think this is going to be too tall. Probably not. But with fitting on there, probably. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Shoot. So the minimum, we do need to come up an angle. It kind of feels like kit bashing. Believe it or not, this was planned. I thought it was planned well. Turns out I was wrong. My problem, house, is that the water block that I'm eventually going to put on this is an inch and a half longer than the air-cooled block, and I have to figure out how to move my pump over. So I got these adapters that allow me to shift it, but now I've got a problem with getting my output here. I just had a thought. We got these two front ports. I can do a 90 here into the 90 from the pump. That might work. That might work. It's not where I wanted to use my 90s, but I may not have a choice. I don't think I have a choice. Yeah, so house, this is a Melly, leave it. Go on, go on. This is air-cooled build, well, except for the GPU block. Getting things. That I'm transferring over to a water loop. Tight. I'm gonna get that off. What they provided. Let's see. Sorry for the slow responses too. My computer's over there, so I can't see. I guess I can bring my phone over here. Put the chat on it. Now I can see my chat. Although it's a little delayed on the phone. So that's a 45. I thought I grabbed 90s. I did. I just opened the wrong one. Oof, I don't know if that will fit behind the glass. And that radiator's already as far back as it goes. Oh man, how I was expecting you to get these off. This little short nothing. But yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Shoot, I thought that was a good idea. I'm gonna go get something with a little bit more leverage. For some reason, my screen chat on my phone is not updating, so if you say something and I don't answer, I apologize. Really bad. That was trivial. Just needed more leverage. Back, baby. Off. Really, leave it. My dog's looking at me like I'm crazy. What do you mean, leave it? Yeah, this is not gonna fit. But let's rule it out for certain. Can't even get the fitting on there. That was an idea. I thought I'd fixed it. Oh well. That's one of the cases where I would need a low profile fitting, probably. Make it work. DK does make low profile 90s and the like. Was worth a shot. We'll end up having to take one of those off in the long run anyway, because I'm going to put the temperature sensor for the fill port there. That was the plan. I don't know if it's going to work now. Plan. So, what I need to do, let's hope these 45s will work. Not a lot of space here. This is not going exactly as intended. That's okay. Let's see if that's enough. Oh, no. Make sure these are actually tightened when I install this accurately. That gives me enough room. I might. I learned that lesson last time. Maybe I shouldn't have that screw just dangling like that. No, it's not enough room. Bottom screw not touching. Where are they? Oh, that's too tight. That's too tight. My stream chat is not updating on my phone. Hopefully I'm actually still streaming. Maybe it'd be better if it wasn't, because this is kind of embarrassing that it's not working like it's supposed to. I just rotate this. Much space to use for that. Moral support's appreciated. Definitely appreciated. Yeah, anybody who knows me won't be surprised, but I spent a long time researching this. The one thing that I assumed on, of course, and it was biting me in the ass. Might have gone with a different company's water block, or waited for a different graphics card. Any number of things would have fixed this. mitigated this. Okay, that definitely gives us enough room vertically, but I doubt we have enough room horizontally anymore. I'm gonna push this over a little bit. I can't reach one of the screw heads right now. This way. Breathe in, breathe out. Hopefully the block installation tomorrow a lot smoother. Once I knew I was going to have to do this, I knew it was going to take some trial and error. It's taking a little bit more than I thought. Also starting to wonder if I even need the bracket or just use the extenders and be done with it. But I do like that it pushes a little bit away from the fan. One interesting challenge is going to be figuring out how to tighten all this. Because if I tighten one screw, I can't get to another screw. So right now I can't get to the fan screw that's on this side. But let's see if that left us with enough room. I doubt it. Ooh, it's close. It is really close. I'll worry about the tubing in a second. Let's pull that block out and see if we've got enough space. So, you know, just a small water cooling block here. Nothing big. No big thing. Oh, guys. This is just too short. Okay, a couple millimeters. That burns. So I think that means I'm going to have to use one of the long boys. That was already my longest simple option. Now the challenge becomes not putting it too high up and running out of space to get this upper port done. Oh, man. Frustrating. Well, if nothing else, it is going to be unique. Nobody else is going to have it exactly like this. So maybe we'll call that a win, yeah? Got to get this figured out so I can get everything back together and running for my evening gaming. Still got a while, but it's dinner time. I'm getting hungry. Good time for old people like me. Very freaking battlefield in here. This is why you buy extra fittings, though. We'll just find out if I need to order a couple more 90s. Unfortunately, I had to order the 90s from Europe. The only place that had them in stock in the US wanted way too much money for them. Like 3 times their worth. Question is, these actually do what I need to do. And if they do what I need them to do, will they go far enough or too far? Or I Didn't expect to need these. That's one of the screws without the plate behind it. I'm getting tired. That's another indication of not needing to do everything tonight. At least this part, I mean, I'm not doing anything fragile. Except maybe my ego. Dealing with the actual block work. Screw that up, and we got some expensive issues. Ironically, you know, that's the most delicate part. Probably the simplest. Alright, now the question is, does this stick out too far? Now I have a certain amount of space before I hit the front of the case. Okay, well, the good news is I think we're clear here. Take a measure. That should give us enough room. So I think this might work. Wait a minute. Around here. Get something. I thought so. Sorry. That's good. Yeah. From whatever chicken you go to. Sorry, bitch.
I was just going to talk to you about what you want, but that was well.
Sorry. My wife is amazing. Everybody know that. Most of you probably knew that already. Let me do this. It's supposed to be a quick project. Lol. Silly me. Quick projects are for kids. So I think what we can do wobble around so much once I've actually got all 4 screws attached. Everything tightened down right. If I have to use 290s, I guess I can. Or a 90. I think I might need to. I think that's going to be too tight of a bend. $35. 90 clear. Extension. As high as this is, I might actually not even need the 45 anymore. The 90 definitely. I might be able to do that without the 45. I'd rather if I can. But if I need the 45, that should work. Let's grab the block. Let's pray. That's gonna work. Space to spare. Oh, folks, that is good news. It's good news. So it's a little odd, but it's functional. Just to be sure. My gloves back on. Front glass goes back on. Yeah. Woo! That fit doesn't get much tighter than that. Well, it's not up to the standards that I would have liked, because my standards would have been all this planned out perfectly. But it seems to work. I might have to decide whether this is a 90 or just straight in. I'd rather it be just straight in. I think that will work. So I think I can actually get this set up for real. My wife is being amazing and going to get her food. Remove the bottom radiator. No, Mommy's gone. I have to deal with Daddy for a little while. Alright, now let's think about this. How much space do I've got? The Allen wrench. Probably not. Definitely not. Conundrum I've got is I've got a couple of screws that I need to be able to tighten, but if one's in place, the other one can't be. Obviously, that's a bit of a challenge. Thanks, Leo. I may be done here before too much longer. Thanks for hanging out. May just end up not tightening one of these screws all the way. I don't really like. I don't know that I have a choice. Was on there at least. I don't see how though. Have box. Try something silly. See if it works. I definitely need to get this done. Oh, this is a mess. Playing with your speaker. Playing with your speaker. I actually feel what I'm doing. That. I mean, beep. It's gonna work. I think I'm just going to have 3 fans screws attached. Down with it. This cylinder ain't gonna work. But I think that's gonna go. Probably better to have the pump really tightly secured and then have bracket 3 tight screws rather than the sort of tightness that I was going to be able to get doing that little janky maneuver. This is already kind of janky enough, I don't need to add jank to it. Need to finish so I can pay attention to doggo and eat dinner and all those kinds of things. Make sure the bracket is really tight. These nuts on the back are going to be really hard to access. But like I'm moving everything. All right. So we'll only have 3 fan screws. I think that's fine given this is these uni fans are all connected to one another, so the fan itself ain't going anywhere. Then having 3 attachment points for the bracket is fine, and the pump is not gonna suddenly be under a lot of pressure or anything. So I'm not really worried about that. I'd rather have all 4, sure. But I will take what I can get. All right, let's bottom radiator back in. Oh, you know what? We should think about fan routing. A whole lot easier now. All right. There's one. Two. There we go. There we go. I'm going to be optimistic and it's 45 off. Probably being overly optimistic. I probably will need that 45. But here's hoping not. And we'll put this down. Let's see if I can count these. No, I'm just going to run them through the grommet. I don't want to mess with trying to move them under the radiator. I don't think there's going to be enough room for the SATA connector. It's home. Probably what I'm going to do here is end the stream so I can go eat. I'm hungry. And then come back and finish messing with this more. But I can be done for rating tonight. So, tomorrow we will remove the top rad, mount the new one, and do the blocks. So that will be on the stream tomorrow. For now, I think I need to eat because I'm starting to make silly mistakes. So, for those of you who are still here, thank you very much for hanging out. We will pick it back up tomorrow afternoon sometime to finish this off. If I've got time, otherwise it'll be next weekend. but at least this will be functional to run this evening. So thanks for hanging out. We will catch you next time. Hopefully again tomorrow. If you're not following me on Twitch or Twitter, you can see me there. I'm Johnny5, and you can get caught up on the announcements on when I'm going to go live. So thanks for hanging out, and we will catch you next time.